the best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw here on the 101.5 KGB-FM San Diego. It's Boyer with you. Hanging out, playing back some of the good stuff that we did this past week between now and straight up 12 noon. You'll hear our interview with two of the Navy crewmen who were downed and spent time in China behind the communist regime. Lieutenant Pat Hoenick and Ensign Rich Bensing were with us in studio on Friday. You'll hear that interview here on the Best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw Show. Plus, the chainsaw takes a pie in the face. The Dean of American Sportscasters brings you up to speed on the week's worth of sports. We'll talk about the genius new promotion, Money Pies, here on the 101.5 KGB. Plus, Dave Rickards cooks up a little thing called the OMA, the Old Man Arena. Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw listener Jim Schneider's emails his thoughts on an absolute tragedy that happened at his house this past week. And Dave may be chronologically pushing 40, but I swear to God, he's like a 65-year-old man. It's Old Man Dave. This is the best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw. You got it here on the 101.5 KGB-FM San Diego.
Just after 8 o'clock, world-class rock. This is KGB. Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw on the radio. A couple of ways to get a hold of us. You can call us, 888-570-1015. Email us, dsc@101kgb.com. Steve writes to me, Dave, I'm flipping through my DirecTV channels this weekend. I come across a free Journey concert. I keep it on watching Steve Perry wail out Stone in Love. They sounded pretty tight. I'm singing along with these songs, word for word, thinking this is a pretty good concert. Then they cut to the crowd. I'm looking at all these paunchy, balding white guys. Older women with big hair and makeup all dressed like they're in a wine commercial.
Yep.
I say to my wife, look at all these old bastards in Vegas watching Journey. What a bunch of old farts. To which she says, honey, those people are our age.
Yep.
Oops. Like a ton of crap got dumped on my head. I'm 34. These people at the show were at least 70. Dave, I hear you talking about how you're an old man all the time. When did it hit you that you're getting old? Steve, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was a revelation that I had or the constant reminding that I get. And I just decided to agree.
Yes, I am an old man.
I mean, golf is a great sport, and it's made some big strides, but it's still pretty much considered an old fart sport. Let's be honest about it.
Kind of.
Which I love. I love my lazy boy.
Mm-hmm.
I love watching golf on TV. That's death right there.
So old.
That's death.
Yeah, that's the old part. Lazy boys and playing golf, that's okay. There's a lot of teens doing that.
I love American Movie Classics. It's my favorite channel, along with TMC or TCM, Turner Classic Movies. Those are my two favorite channels of all time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hate going out. I mean, seriously.
I just want to stay at home.
When Beth and I were dating, we'd agree to meet with some friends over at such and such a place in Chicago, and I would do it. And every once in a while, I'd go out with my friends, and we'd go meet in a bar or something like that. The idea of that is so repulsive to me right now.
Yeah. I agree. I don't know when I got over it, but I'm well past it.
I mean, Dana was telling me several months ago he was all excited because he was going to Los Angeles for a Halloween party.
Yeah, I know.
And I said, "You're dressing up?
Yeah.
And you're going to L.A.?
Yeah.
You're going to L.A. to dress up?"
Right.
And he's like, "Yeah," he was all excited.
Yeah.
Dana, who's 20.
He's 20.
I mean, he was jacked about this. It was all exciting for him. And I couldn't think of anything worse.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of anything worse at 20.
I'd rather have a root canal.
You were probably annoyed by the little trick-or-treaters ringing the doorbell all night long.
Frankly, yes. Because, I get the house to myself while Beth and the girls are out, and it's like, I got to get my big ass out of my lazy boy.
But those are the things. I did that in my 20s. We loved having Halloween parties and dressing up.
Oh, I did too.
Oh, it was great.
I actually loved Halloween parties and
you have a
dressing up.
photograph on your desk. Do you still have it of you as a woman?
Minnie Pearl.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not just any woman.
Sorry.
Miss Pearl.
I didn't recognize the resemblance.
Hat and the tag hanging
Quite
off the
attractive,
head. But that does not...
Yeah, it's not appealing to me anymore either.
Beth will say, we're having dinner with such and such, and and then I get there and I'm having a good time.
Right, I know.
But I don't have that excitement that I'm looking forward to that I used to. I get excited because there's nothing to do.
I know.
Yes, I get to stay home and do nothing.
Or everyone's out of the house. Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Is that old?
Yeah.
And I like Journey a lot.
You really?
I like Journey. Who doesn't like Journey?
I never cared for Journey.
Why? What's wrong with Journey?
He sings like a girl.
Well, what rock singer doesn't?
Look at Neil Young. Jeez,
Geddy
you want to talk
Lee.
about somebody who... at least Steve Perry is on key. Neil Young couldn't carry
Neil
a
Young can
tune
play
in a
an
bag.
instrument.
Steve Perry's instrument
you
is
know
his
what?
voice.
He's got the maraca going right on time there with Stone in Love.
Quite the tambourine player.
Not a tambourine, a maraca.
Whatever.
Well, at least it's got a little international zing to it.
Well, Anthony Kiedis doesn't play an instrument, does he?
I think
Not
he plays
really.
guitar once in a while.
Yeah, not really.
I do.
That's a stage guitar.
Yeah.
If you ever actually
Strings
had
aren't hooked up.
if you ever had a tape of it, it'd be like a cat being sawed in half.
Like Linda McCartney singing.
So, I tend to agree with you, Steve, and I got 5 years on you, pal. I'm 39. I'm turning a corner this year.
Big 4-0.
I'm joining up with Old Lady Dunn and Old Man Randolph.
Old Man Randolph. Thank you. I get the Kevin Spacey treatment now. If there's a pretty girl who goes by and I make any kind of allusion to that, the boys will give me the, "You're Kevin Spacey, aren't you? From American Beauty." I know, it's just
creepy.
It's very creepy. I mean, I can't say anything. There's nothing I can say.
Greg, how you doing?
All right,
What's up, buddy?
Dave,
Yeah.
Greg P.
Yes,
I
sir.
want you to know that it's okay to be 36. It's okay to like Journey. It's okay to like a lazy boy golf. And it's okay to get your fat ass in the lazy boy and be old, because it's good.
This is what I do. Sometimes... No, I'd take that back. It's not sometimes, Greg. Maybe there'll be a game on Saturday. Maybe I'll come home from, work. Yeah. I've been working. I can't help it that I've got a puss job.
That's right.
I can't help it.
There's nothing wrong with it.
It's putting bacon on the table,
Right.
and diamonds on the fingers. It's my job. I can't help that it's a puss job. I'll come home, lunch. I get my lunch ready. I sit down in the family room,
Yeah.
and I turn on AMC.
Yeah.
And I'll hear, "So is this it?" Is this it? Is this the day? Is this what it's going to be? I've heard that so many times. And it's like, look, you know, the guys are out there mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
Because I pay him to do that.
Right.
My car runs because I paid for a car that runs. There's nothing to do.
Right.
What do you want me to do? Take a hammer and make a hole in the wall so I got something to do? This is it. Yes, this is it.
Just sitting around waiting for that next UPS delivery of Sansa slacks.
Well, I do. I get that all the time. Is this it? So is this the day? Is this what the day's going to be? It's like, you know, I have worked to get to this point so that this can be it. Yes.
That's right.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
it.
I agree with you. There's nothing wrong
And
with
there
it.
is no happier moment when they come in the morning on a Saturday and say, I'm taking the kids to the mall for the day. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
That's what I want for Christmas. That's what I ask every year for Christmas.
Just go to the
Right.
mall.
Go to the mall. It's closed. Damn, again. You know, and she'll come in and say, is this it? Like she is the guy spinning plates on the what's the show?
Ed Sullivan Show.
Show. And, you know, and like banging cymbals with her knees.
Right.
And juggling mice with her feet. You know, like if she took like 1 second off, the world would collapse.
Exactly.
It's like, I think you're just kind of dicking around on the internet, aren't you?
Well, you know what? Some people like to be busy. They
But
enjoy being busy.
But she's not that way.
Really? Yeah.
No, it's just that whatever she's doing
It's very important.
and tough. Mm-hmm. And this is always, you know, after I've done my job or I've earned my weekend.
Right.
You know, it's never like, I'm not going to work today. I'm just going to lay here in my robe and scratch myself and sit on the couch. You know, something that you could literally invite criticism for.
Sure.
This is after I've gone in and put in my full work day.
Slaving over a hot microphone.
4 hours, cuckoo.
A solid 20-hour week. And I think you deserve a little respect on the weekends.
Hats off to me.
That's right. Okay, buddy. Don't be ashamed. Keep it up.
Thank you, Greg.
You bet.
See you later. Here is Ken next year on the KGB. How you doing there, Ken?
All right, Dave. How are you today?
What's up?
You know, I'm going to be 27. I'm going to be 27 in July, and I get the same thing.
Really?
I just want to come home. Hard day at work. My job isn't that hard. I kind of got a cake job, maybe not as cake as yours, but come home, go to turn on the TV, watch the news, just getting into playing golf. You know, I'm doing my golf lessons, and I get the same thing from my wife as you get. Don't get the opportunity to sit down, relax.
You do this to poor little Shemp when he comes home?
Just a poor little Shemp.
Poor bastard Shemp.
You know, I'm trying to get it so I can hire somebody to cut my grass, and don't even get the chance to do nothing.
Yeah, no,
I don't think you can hire out lawn mowing until you hit your 30s.
Oh, don't.
You got to graduate into your 30s before you can hire that out. Unless you're a .com bastard.
No, not one of them. Not one of them, but...
Do you hire out your lawn? Oh, you don't mow your lawn. You have no lawn.
Right. That is correct. I hire it out.
The dripping oil takes care of the lawn.
yeah.
Do you have lawn care that you hire out?
No, but I'm thinking about getting a goat. If they...
Oh, God.
And you know what? He's not kidding.
I know.
No, he isn't.
He's not kidding.
He'll let the dog and the goat play together.
Exactly.
All right, thank you.
You got it, buddy. You guys take care.
I'm not kidding. To me, the best thing is do my job, feel good about myself, then go home and just have some peace and quiet for about an hour. Have my lunch in peace and quiet. But instead, you know,
See, I'm lucky. I go home and I get 6 hours of peace and quiet.
I get it from all sides.
Yeah.
Can I have a bite of your sandwich? Oh, I slid it all over the place. Do we have to watch this? Can't we watch something that I want to watch?
And I know you have more than one television.
Oh, we got like 90. Where are you going? Away!
Well, things have worked out a lot better at my house since there are separate areas where people can go and
I have separate areas.
isolate. And
They all follow me.
use them.
But they want to be together with you watching Oprah or MSNBC,
Doesn't
the
work that way at
headliner
my
show
house,
on,
yeah.
Share.
Yeah. Well, one little trick is because a lot of times when I'm trying to watch something, people think that I'm not watching television and would like to talk. So I take the remote and just up, and pretty soon the volume is so loud. They're like, "Are you deaf?" Evidently, I am.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work at my house because the volume goes up on the people until the point where you go, will you turn that down?
And you point the clicker at them and mute.
It doesn't work.
Mute.
It doesn't work.
Hey, David?
Yes.
Wireless headphones. Just sit on the couch and wear your headphones and watch the TV.
Shuts out the noise. You got your own volume.
It won't work.
They'll come over and pry them from your head.
David, and you're hearing, and
And they'll be holding up little
you gotta
signs.
pull a headphone off.
Look at me.
Yes. Never mind. Look, quit looking for a happy ending because there is none.
Yeah.
It's like last night on, what is it? Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Weakest link.
Just link, yeah.
You watched it again, Chainsaw?
Yeah, right during the question. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right during the questions.
Right.
How come you're not getting any of these questions right? You just talked over it.
Right. I so got that last night. And then the discussion
What
over
happened?
I mean, I'm doing bills or something, and all of a sudden, and then I look up to the TV and I'm trying to follow it, and then she says, "How come you're not getting the questions right?" And she says it right during the question, which I almost got.
Who said this?
My wife.
Oh.
They talk over,
The important parts.
wondering why you're not getting the questions because you're talking.
Now, I can explain very carefully for people who like to talk during TV. I can explain what the important parts are. Okay?
Right.
This is very simple. When the TV's on, that's the important part.
Right.
When it's off,
Right.
talk away.
And you can't talk during commercials anymore because that's when I'm hunting around for stuff.
Right.
I got that 2-minute head clock that's going to be able to go back to the original program in 2 minutes. It's going off in my brain.
Don't
But
mess it up.
In the meantime, I'm grazing, and I might find something good for 12, 13 seconds.
That's
of a
right.
shot.
That's right. So, I'm old like you, Steve. And there's nothing you can do about it. There is no happy ending. It's a downward spiral
It's a living hell.
to your box, to your hole. Huh?
Might as well just die now then.
Sometimes you pray for that. Sherry? Sometimes you pray for death's swift kiss.
Yes.
Here's Stacy next here on the KGB. How you doing there, Stacy?
Hi.
Hi. What's up? What's up?
I have the exact opposite problem with my husband. He wants me to sit down and watch it with him, and all I want to do is get away from him.
And he wants to be together?
He wants me to sit down with him and watch golf, and I just don't want to do it. I want to clean the house. I want to shop. I want to do anything but have to sit there and be a captive audience to Tiger Woods.
He's gay, you realize. If all you want to do is clean the house and he's trying to get you to sit down and watch sports with him.
That's all he wants me to do.
Can't you just lay there with your head in his lap?
He makes me crazy. I'm thinking of all these things I could do on a Sunday, and he's like, "No, baby, the Masters is on, and I can
Oh,
care
well,
less."
the Masters. Come on. That's the Super Bowl. All right. Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
See you later. 823. We'll continue. 888-570-1015 at Direct Connect.
Now listen, Dave Jelly and Chainsaw kick ass.
to agree with that. Well, Chris, guess who wrote to me?
Help me out, David. I don't know.
His buddy Todd?
No.
Oh.
Can you give me a hint?
Jim Schneiders.
Oh, excellent.
It's story time with Jim Schneiders, who is one of the greatest writers this country has ever known, ladies and gentlemen. You may not know his name because of this human condition we have of not acknowledging the greatness of people until they're long dead, which is what I keep saying about me.
If you just die already, you'd get the recognition.
There it is. But believe me, when Jim Schneiders is long buried in his box, people are going to go, that guy was pretty damn good. Yep. We should have given him a medal or something like that. Well, Jim was listening yesterday when I was going on and on about my woes with my wife.
Oh, yeah. The tragedy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he says, Dave, I listened with great interest today to your insightful comments about your wife's troubling and frankly insensitive refusal to come to grips with the sacred importance of television and its programming. Not that I'm taking sides, mind you.
Right.
You remember I leaked the information yesterday about how I'll be sitting down after a hard day's work, enjoying my Old Man channel, and my wife will come in and just say, is that it? Is this all we're going to do today? All right. He writes, Dave, my wife is fond of being busy and is bitterly irritated by those who are not. Or to be more specific, me. Thankfully, our 15 years of blissful marriage have provided me with the opportunity to observe the nature and condition of our opinions differences. Dave, I am blessed with the distinctively male traits of patience and observation. The same tools that make all men uniquely qualified to understand the televised importance of the third round of the Greater Hartford Open. Sing it, brother.
Oh, God.
With these very tools, I have discovered a surprisingly strong correlation between my actions and my wife's responses. Indeed, my statistical data, obtained almost entirely while under the influence of an intoxicant, confirms the following premise to a mathematical certainty. As the period of time that my thickening ass sits on the couch increases,
all right,
the frequency, volume, and agitation of my wife's expressions of dissatisfaction increase at an increasing rate. Who'd have thunk?
Wow.
Better relationships through science. Based on these findings, and after enormous effort on my part, I have honed my listening skills to the point where I can actually appear genuinely interested in these comments of frustration. On my best days, I can even look nearly compassionate. However, on many occasions, she proves to be a more than worthy combatant. On Saturday night, after a long day of slaving over a hot 4-iron, I returned to find my wife, daughter, and 20 other ladies continuing a high-pitched baby shower in our living room.
Cool.
I immediately grabbed a handful of deli meats and cheeses and retreated to our den's TV, where I collapsed for a stretch of vegetative introspection that would startle a large head of broccoli. That is so delicious. A hockey game led to a movie that led to a baseball game that wandered into the 3.5-hour dirge of a movie entitled Magnolia. I'm not sure if any of you guys have taken in this boggling Tom Cruise vehicle, but suffice it to say that it requires each and every of its 210 minutes to make any sense whatsoever of the 8 primary characters and 36 storylines.
That's true.
Such long movies require the ponderous commitment and devotion that's normally reserved for child rearing. But since my wife was still occupied, I hunkered down and engaged the film. Slippers, Silence and a glass of thick port wine assisted my comprehension of the complex plot's early transitions. After some 25 minutes, my wife entered. She was now done with her doings and, purring at the image of the long-haired Cruz, sat down beside my near-invertebrate form. At that point, I should have known that something was terribly amiss. As the complex story continued to unfold, I caught a disturbing image from my right. The horror! She had smuggled in several dozen houseware catalogs.
Oh!
Her perusal technique, which emitted a rhythmic ruffle snap for page after page of candlesticks and finials,
Oh, finials! I love the finials.
was calmly met by my lightning reflexes as I smoothly increased the set's volume from 30 to 38.
Oh, you got to drown out the page turning.
The hell are finials?
Finials go on the top of a lamp. They screw in, or they go on top of
Who knew that?
toy.
Oh, okay.
I thought when you hang up the curtains, they're the little screw-in endies there, too.
That can be a finial, too. It could go on the top of a fence post. It's a decorative topper.
I increased the set's volume from 30 to 38. Undaunted, she finished the catalog, sighed, and questioned, "What did I miss?" "Geez, ooh."
Oh, my God, with Magnolia?
I leered purposefully, increasing the volume from 38 to 45, patiently waited for a lapse in dialogue, and launched into an 18-second adjective-less recapitulation of each character and storyline.
Yeah.
Alas, before I could finish, I missed something that Jason Robards had uttered. I frantically searched for clues in the character's following comments, but to no avail. I issued a textured sigh and, pouting, slouched even further into my cushion. The thin smile of satisfaction that crept across my wife's pursed lips did not escape me. Now disinterested in the movie, but clearly sensing victory, my wife left the couch and started, beyond all reason, to tidy. With 7 visible and deliberate stabs at the remote, I shoved the level from 45 to 52, a volume at which pictures begin to visibly rattle against the walls. Several uncomfortable minutes passed as she noisily folded several pairs of socks.
Yeah, that makes a lot of noise.
And planned her next maneuver. "What's the plan for tomorrow?" She asked with absolutely no intention of knowing. With a tightening sphincter, I shifted from 52 to 54.
Oh, no.
Less for the increase in volume than for the visual effect on the screen. The increased volume was correctly perceived as a taunt, so she countered by sauntering to the desktop to check her email. Evidently, she was expecting some urgent late Saturday evening mail regarding heavily discounted finials.
Well, if there's a sale, you gotta get them.
The blast of our dial-up connection obliterated several lines of script as I resignedly slurped the last of the port. As she tapped off a verbose order to spousalirritants.com, I steadfastly throttled from 54 to 59.
Oh, no.
I fully expected steam to come pouring from behind the set, but even at this dangerous level, the thunderous tap, tap, tapping of my wife's delicately manicured fingernails against the keyboard resonated through each line of dialogue. Her back was to me, but her all-too-squared shoulders indicated that she could hear my weak whimpering. An hour later, sensing that her work was done, she pecked me on my bloodless cheek and slid off to bed, requesting, "Let me know how it turns out." With a final ironic stab, she left, thinly humming the movie's score. As a pathetic retort, I left the volume at 59 for the remaining hour of what was now an incomprehensible movie. Alas, whatever Robards had said must have been pivotal. For by the end, I was thoroughly lost, and I allowed myself to doze off on the couch's quiet cushions. At 7 o'clock the next morning, I was startled from my sleep by both A, picture-rattling volume, and B, a decidedly frightened expression on my fleeing daughter, who had made the mistake of trying to find a Sunday morning cartoon. Thankfully, as of this morning, the ringing has started to fade from her ears. Just thought I'd check in. Jim Schneider's.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
He's a great writer. But I got to tell Jim that it wouldn't have mattered if you had bombing exercises going on with that movie, because you can't understand it.
What a brilliant writer Jim Schneider is.
He's great.
And I feel that he and I are living parallel lives. Except for the glass of thick port. Other than that,
sounds pretty good.
I'm right with you, brother.
Yeah.
101 KTB.
San Diego. Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
We'll be right back.
KTB.
Hello, Cookie Randall.
Look at everybody in the sports world. Yeah, after the Chargers traded the greatest player that will ever play professional sports, Michael Vick, they settled for the best runner in college these last 2 years, LaDainian Tomlinson, who incidentally is not Lily Tomlinson.
You're stupid.
He's LaDainian Tomlinson.
All right.
In that trade with Atlanta, the Chargers had the number 1 pick, traded that for the number 5 pick, LaDainian Tomlinson, and the 3rd round pick, who they picked up a defensive back, and the player Tim Dwight, who is faster than things that aren't as fast as he is. And he's a kickoff returner, punt returner type, and also a 3rd wide receiver, extremely fast. He scored a Super Bowl touchdown on a run back a couple of years ago for the Falcons. With the first pick in the 2nd round, the Chargers were shocked to see the leading passer in college last year, Drew Brees of Purdue, still available, picked him. So an excellent draft kissed by good fortune. The Atlanta Falcons are now saddled with the football equivalent of Michael Jordan, they say. Michael Vick, the super soft quarterback with the howitzer arm and the Superman speed. The rap on Vick is that if the first receiver is not open, he'll take off running. And when he does throw, he's not pinpoint accurate. So he doesn't throw or go through his progressions, checking off receiver 1, 2, 3, like an NFL quarterback. His impulse to tuck and run will get him hammered by the Junior Seau's and Rodney Harrisons, who will nick him up a little deeper than the slower, lighter opponents that he faced in only 20-some college games in his college career.
Isn't that interesting?
Well, it's all spin today, sports fans. Time will tell, as it does with everything else. Yesterday at Dodger Stadium, the Padres were leading 6-3 in the 9th when Trevor Hoffman was on the hill with 2 Dodgers standing on the canvas.
Here's the pitch on the way. Drive left field, high in the air. Could be trouble at his fair, drifting toward the line. That ball is caught, I believe. Did it go? Yeah, he caught it. No, he didn't catch it. I'll say he might have been obstructed by the fans out there, but we got a tie ball game depending on how this thing ends up. I don't know what happened out there. Perez is claiming the fans disrupted his work. Couldn't catch the ball. It's all even at 6. I don't believe it.
Fan stuck his glove out and interfered over the fence there at Dodger Stadium. Bochy argued to no avail. The homer stood. Score tied. Bochy tossed for the 2nd day in a row for arguing, but no matter. Bubba Trammell to the rescue in the 11th.
Shaw kicks and deals a pitch. Drive right center field. Pretty well hit. Way back. That ball is against the wall. Here comes the 7th Padre run. Down to second base, Bubba Trammell. The Padres take a 1-run lead here in the 11th.
Wow.
Oh, doctor.
Jerry Coleman's audio signal there on Kogo vastly improved from the 9th to the 11th inning. Nicely done. Padres win 7-6, snap a 6-game skid, now 4 games out of first. The Padres host the Phillies tonight at the Q. Adam Eaton first pitch, 7:05. Gulls sweep Long Beach in 3 games. Will face Idaho in the Taylor Cup Finals. Game 1 Friday night at the arena. Game 2 Saturday night at the arena. Best of 7 finals. Meanwhile, in the National Best.
M2WW0860, take 1.
Okay, Elvis, if you could give this one extra energy today.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a big-time talk show host of the Sound.
Who?
Johnny Carson. He just started over at NBC. He'll never make it. Are you ready? Can we do this now, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you goof up, well, just keep going. That's what she has.
Yeah, if you goof up, just keep on going, all right?
Here we go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Play it. It's got a classic in there.
Yeah, it's a classic. Okay, let's get this thing going.
0861
Let's get this moving. 2, 3, 4.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Cut, please. Okay, let's tighten it up, fellas, please.
All right.
Take 2.
Little sister, don't you?
Come on, Elvis, this isn't playtime. Get serious, will you, please?
I can't hardly hear you.
Would somebody turn up Elvis's headphones, please? Now, come on.
Elvis.
Elvis, focus, please.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
www.0577.3.
Okay. 3, 4. Let's get this one right, please.
Little sister, don't you?
Good.
Okay.
What's wrong?
Okay.
Cut. Cut, please.
Oh.
Cut. When I say cut, please stop the music. What's wrong now, Elvis? What's going on?
It might have been a little bit slow then, fellas.
Pick up the pace, will you?
Don't get it too fast.
Yeah, but don't go fast, all right? Gee, just try to get through this one time, please.
Little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you? Little sister, don't you kiss me once or twice and say it's very nice and then you run. Little sister, don't you do what your big sister does. Little sister, don't you do what your big sister does.
Oh, I love it. It's perfect. Okay, fade the music, please. Fade it out.
Little sister, don't you do.
Perfect. Perfect. That's a take, people. I love it. Elvis, baby. You nailed that take. You know that, right, kid?
Yeah.
Sing that little 51 more time.
Little sister.
I love it. Listen, let's go celebrate after pizza, okay? Huh?
Okay.
Skip-Ball Association. Round 1 action yesterday. 4 games. New York Shire Terrier Toronto. Phoenix Lion the Kings. Milwaukee puffed the Magic. And the Lakers chevied the Blazers. You know the Lakers star Kobe Bryant recently got married? Shaquille O'Neal attended the wedding, but apparently still needs work on his free throws because
really?
when he threw the rice, he threw the rice at the couple he missed.
Oh, sports humor. I can't get enough of it.
In other sports,
Get your hands on the C-section this morning. USA Today.
All right. 8:40, 29 seconds. This is your 101.5 KGB Sports Network. Oh, my.
Shell, say hello to Jay the Bastard.
Hey, Jay, you bastard.
Morning. How are you?
Why do you call yourself Jay the Bastard?
Well, about a month ago, I won last Wednesday.
Oh.
And,
Let me recap for you what happened here with Jay the Bastard.
All right.
Here on the KGB.
Uh-huh.
It was a delightful episode of Lash Wednesday, which featured, well, let me see. You wrote to me about this, didn't you?
Yeah.
Dave, it's me, Jay the Bastard. I won Lash Wednesday a month or so ago with the story of Skippy and Brandy getting out of our yard.
Oh, yeah.
And me ruining the precious wax head of our former vice president, Spiro Agnew. Now, what exactly, remind me again about Skippy and Brandy. What happened there, Jay?
Well, I propped up Spiro Agnew's head on a table to scare my mom, kind of like the Brady Bunch thing. And it actually fell before she came home and dented his nose and ear in. So I blamed it on my dog, and my mom kicked my dog out, and they ended up getting out of the yard that night, so we blamed it on our neighbors, and my brother and I put stink bombs in their exhaust pipe for their bathroom.
And which one got run over then?
Brandy.
Brandy got runned over.
The innocent one.
Brandy got run over after having been framed for knocking over the precious wax bust of Spiro Agnew, Vice President of the United States. Well, Dave, a couple weeks after I won the loot, fame and whippings, which, by the way, I'm still recovering with welts the size of Aunt Edna's colostomy bag. I decided to take my mother out to the Hard Rock Cafe downtown, one of the prizes I won, because I felt pretty gosh darn guilty after what I have confessed in the broadcast confessional. Remember, mother came home, the statue was destroyed.
Yeah.
Jay blamed it on the dogs.
Right.
Mother, in her anger, kicked the dogs out of the house.
You'll just sleep outside tonight.
And, of course, Brandy,
got run.
innocent all the way, got runned over.
Right.
Well, being the bastard I have become, Dave, I thought it time that the truth be told. Wrong! Who told you to do that?
My mom told me to do right.
I decided to tell poor old mother about Agnew's head.
Yeah.
Which led to the disappearance of my dogs, leading to the smelly neighbor's house, leading to the flatness of the innocent Brandy.
Yeah.
Considering being in public and all, I figured myself safe from harm's way.
Oh.
But after a swift slap to the back of my head from my mother, and countless times of yelling at me right in the middle of a Tuesday night dinner, with 60 people joining us in the restaurant, I figured myself quite the lucky one for not being shot at the eating table. And I was wrong about being in harm's way. I thought I'd been through all that karma, head coming to me, but as the ride back to her house continued with arguments and her telling me that Brandy was her all-time favorite pet.
Oh.
Before I could sit down in the house, she grabbed the dented Spiro Agnew head and threw it towards my crotch area, followed by, "You want it, creep? Here!"
She still has the Spiro Agnew head.
Oh, yeah, they want to collect it. It's a collector's item.
You don't get rid of a Spiro Agnew head, even though it's been dented.
Yeah, where do you find another one of those, you know?
Why do you want one?
Because it's Spiro Agnew.
He was not even a good vice president.
She's a Democrat. What do you want?
I hate Democrats.
Being the swift bastard that I am, I dodged the oncoming Spiro head. And it landed squarely on my kneecap.
Oh.
Bruising it quite badly.
Oh.
Yes, you're saying Jay the bastard finally gets it coming to him. And yes, the bruise and limp are disappearing with days' time, but that night when I arrived home, being the bastard that I am, achy and pissed off, I cruised into my parking spot and noticed that my college kid drunken neighbors were having another joyous party, including spit contests on the keg.
No!
And igniting lighter fluid in the shape of a pentagram in the middle of the parking lot.
Where do you live?
Hell, Shelley, he lives in hell.
I'm close to you, actually, Shelley.
Trying to get out of my truck, one of the neighbor revelers decides to pour beer all over my windshield while dancing to an Irish jig. And so, being the bastard that I am, I told him this. You know, I don't appreciate that. I really don't appreciate that. Do you know what it's like to try and identify your mother's body and then plan your mother's funeral since 9 in the morning? Huh? Do you, punk? The last part said in the likeness of Dirty Harry.
Right.
His face turned from a jiggy smile to a brightly red puppy dog-eyed frown. He was speechless, and I trampled up the stairs and slammed my door. When awakening the next morning to go to work, I had a note on my door that read, "Dear Jay, all of us are very sad to hear about your mother."
bastard.
You faked your mother's death just to
make the poor party and kids feel bad.
My knee hurt.
Well, that's not their fault.
My knee.
Your knee hurt because you were a bastard ages ago.
That's a given.
Jay, our condolences to you and your family. Andy, who felt so harshly bad about what he had done, drank a little too excessively last night into the morning because feeling so bad of what he had done. Which in turn, we found him passed out in the bathtub unconscious. He's okay, but after the stomach pumping at the hospital, due to blood toxicity level being well over human from drinking like the Hoover Dam, he woke up still talking about how bad he felt.
Oh, no.
We'll let you know when he gets out so we can possibly come to the funeral to pay our respects. Signed, your neighbors.
It was in a Hallmark card, too.
They took the time.
They cared enough.
They cared enough.
They don't call me Jay the Bastard for nothing, I guess. Of course, I had to confess to him what really went down, and now all my neighbors do not talk to me.
Karma.
Is life fair, I ask? Of course not. Am I a bastard?
Mm-hmm.
I proclaim most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Many times over, whipping is required.
Thank you.
He's the best screamer we've ever had. He really is.
Guy-wise.
Guy-wise, yes.
More
Jay, you bastard.
This has
Skippy
been
is
a very
all right,
special.
though.
This has been a very special Lash Friday.
Last Friday. They're extending it.
How's Mom feeling these days?
She's all right.
Yeah.
For a dead woman.
How's the Spiro head?
Spiro's still on their shelf.
Oh, my God.
She actually said, "Here, you want it, creep?"
Yeah, but I didn't want it back, so I put it on the table and left.
And how long ago was this crime committed?
Which one?
The crime of the original Spiro Head / Brandy incident.
I was 12, so it was like 88, 87.
So 13 years later, the anger is all
there.
bubbling forth. My favorite pet of all times.
And my favorite Spiro head. What is that about?
Pretty darn good.
But like I said a while ago, Skippy was still here.
Skippy was good.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Jay the Bastard.
101 KGB.
San Diego. Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
We'll be right back.
KGB.
It's the best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw. This is the 1015 KGB. O'clock, World Class Rock. This is KGB. You're with Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
Hit the post right there in case you're wondering.
Shell, do you know about KGB Money Pies?
I've seen it on the website, but I don't know exactly what it is.
KGB Money Pie is about to cream you with cash. The KGB Pie Patrol.
Don't you hope that one day one of your girls grows up to be a member of the Pie Patrol?
Jesus, God, no.
Shelley,
What the hell is that?
That's a hoe.
What the hell is a Pie Patrol?
I don't know. I wonder
Why
if
are we having one at the station?
Do you have to be deputized to be part of the Pie
Patrol?
Patrol?
No.
Raise your right hand to
some sort of a hazing you have to go through?
Barney deputizing in all the little interns back there to be part of the Pie Patrol.
I state your name.
I state your name.
Do solemnly swear.
The Pie Patrol.
Yeah. What do they do, Dave?
I demand to know who came up with Pie Patrol.
Well, who do
Take
you
a wild
think?
shot.
I demand to know who decided it would be called Pie Patrol.
Thaddeus P. Smallwood.
Who else?
Not just small wood.
Do you know, whenever it's like, what was the
A Night on the Tom.
A Night on the Tom,
Yeah.
yes. That was the Tom Petty thing. Whenever one of these things, one of these little phrases or things come out,
Yeah.
if you get Thaddeus P. Smallwood and Jizzy, our promotions directors, the program director and the promotions director,
Right.
if you get them in the same room, they will blame each other for coming up with
kidding.
it, and neither one will take credit for it.
Oh, you're kidding.
And secretly behind their backs, oh no, that was his idea. No, it wasn't mine. Because they like it,
Right.
right up until they hear me tearing it apart.
Well,
But I'm wondering if the Pie Patrol wears badges, if they're armed.
I'm sure it's some sort of a badge, David.
That's more like a pie posse, I think, David.
Pie Posse.
Yeah.
they knock on people's doors with giant checks.
The Pie Patrol
Yep. What do they
will
do?
be out in the streets soon looking for cars with the KGB bumper stickers on them. Now, if we catch you in the streets, the only thing between you and KGB cash is a pie in the face.
How's that work?
Well, the new KG Beach summer sticker will be coming out soon. Has anyone seen the design on this?
I think it's the same, the KGB and the white oval.
Well, that's not new.
Yeah, they've had them since Rocktober.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
That's not new.
Oh, well.
This says new.
Yeah.
No, this says new, so it's
All
got
right,
to be
okay,
new.
all right.
It wouldn't be on paper in front of me if it wasn't true.
No, you're right about that, David.
It is a new KG Beach summer sticker.
Right.
That white one that looks like those European stickers.
Right.
There's nothing beachy about those. Those are just clever. I mean, there's nothing beachy about it. This is going to be.
It's going to have a San Diego feel to it. If you've lost track, it's your busy day.
Right.
You're a soccer mom with 2.5 kids driving around in a minivan, and you've forgotten where you are. Then you see the KG Beach sticker, and you're reminded, I live in San Diego. Unless you're a God boy and you live in the outskirts of Marietta. And you're driving 3 hours to Mission Valley. It sounds like a pretty good plan to me.
It'll be so clever. They'll have the 101 is 2 palm trees with a
sun?
life ring in the middle. Yeah.
I think that's a clever idea. The new KG Beach summer sticker will be coming out soon. So don't forget the oil change deal from Balboa Auto Center on the back of each sticker.
Okay.
Okay, you peel off the paper.
Yeah.
And I guess that's going to be like a coupon for an oil change or a discount at least anyway.
Oh, that's cool.
For an oil change, that's damn handy.
Sure.
And the KGB Pie Patrol
Radio
will be looking for your KG Beach sticker starting next week.
Okay, so where do I get the sticker?
I don't know.
Now, David, I actually do know the answer to that question, but for the sake of the bid, I'll play dumb.
Oh, that's what you're calling it.
This does not say where you get the critical KG Beach sticker.
Because otherwise, the Pie Posse is going to just pass
Pie
you
Patrol.
Pie Patrol is going to pass you by. If you don't have the beach sticker on your car.
It's just like Passover. If you don't smear the lamb's blood over your
Right.
doorway, you get killed by the green cloud.
Exactly.
Now, that would be a hell of a promotion. Why don't we do that? You put the KGB sticker on your car, or we kill you. It's in the Bible.
I think we're going to
Guys
get
with pies will come out and kill you.
It's in the Bible. Do you remember this? It was part of Moses jacking with that emperor guy.
Uh-huh. Which
And
emperor
Moses
was that?
I don't know. It's the one played by Yul Brynner.
What about God Boy? What do you think? Who was it?
Sounds like a plan to me. He doesn't know. He doesn't. Mormons don't have a Bible.
What?
They only have pamphlets and booklets. We do too. Come on, it's not a real one.
So
it's not
who was
officially
pissed off
sanctioned.
at Moses?
Is it sanctioned by the Pope? It's the King James version of the Bible. That's not a real Bible. That's like a weekly reader Bible.
You got like the King James Brown version. I mean, you've rewritten it a couple of times, and
I feel good. I made the world. What about that kind of a promotion? In the Bible, Moses and the emperor dude, it was Charlton Heston and Yul Brynner, okay? And they were having a pissing match.
Totally clear to me now. Okay.
Well, it's clear to me.
All right.
They were having a pissing match, and
Right.
Moses kept saying, "Let my people go." And the emperor said, "No chance."
I've seen the commercials for this.
Okay. And so Moses said, "If you don't,
Right.
my God's going to sick a green cloud on you,
Right.
and it's going to kill people in your house."
Okay.
And Moses said, "Oh, wait a minute. Now, that's going to kill my own people. What are we going to do about that?"
Right.
And that's when God said, "Here's the trick. You put lamb's blood over your door, the green cloud will pass over
Oh, Passover.
and won't whack anybody in your house." Perfect promotion. You put the KGB sticker on your car,
Right.
or you get killed,
By a green cloud.
or whatever. We can update it for the modern 2001.
By a poisonous pie.
we could have a green Cloud 9 shuttle take you off the road. Just slam you into the guardrail and drive off.
I'm so confused.
The KGB Death Patrol will be looking for, if you don't have a sticker on your car, you'll be run off a cliff and killed. What a promotion!
You know that's how those meetings go. You know that's how they
No,
come
it's
up with
not.
these ideas.
This is how those meetings go. You gotta watch out for a pie patrol. Now, if I was in those meetings, you'd put a sticker on your car, you get killed. That's the Chicago way.
And that is true world domination. If they really want to dominate,
Really?
they ought to think about going the extra mile.
World dominators don't play with pies. They kill people. Sounds brilliant to me.
Me too.
And what they didn't include, David, the new KGB stickers available at all 12 convenient Sombrero Mexican food locations.
Terrific.
So,
Very, very good. And it's an exciting new sticker. And as I understand this, they'll pull you over if they see that you got the sticker on.
Right.
And they'll give you the opportunity to take a pie in the face.
Right.
The pie has money in it.
So right there by the side of the road,
Yeah, you don't know how much money you get until you take a pie in the face.
what's your other option?
Well, you could be a gutless coward and get back into your little chick car and drive home empty-handed.
Uh-huh.
Or you could take a pie in the face the way John Wayne did.
He did.
In Iraq.
I don't remember that.
During Desert Storm.
What? He was already dead.
I
You
remember
have no
David.
concept of history.
Evidently, I don't.
You can take it like a man, and you get paid for it.
So taking the pie in the face is profitable.
Oh, there's no question that you're going to win money. The question is how much money.
And you won't die.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if anyone has ever actually died from taking a pie in the face.
I think we would have heard.
I did this several years ago when I was living in Denver, and we talked Al Stewart. Year of the Cat.
Year of the Cat?
Into taking a pie in the face.
Oh.
Al Stewart took a pie in the face while I made him sing Year of the Cat, and I hit him in the face with a pie.
Wow.
Year of the Cat. And right in the face.
Did it have any money in it?
Yeah, and he donated it, I think, to charity or something like that. Here, $60. Here, go cure cancer.
You mean this contest has been done before?
Yes, but it doesn't mean that it's that doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of things that are worth doing just because they've been done before.
Well, no, I know. I'm just wondering why are they having these meetings then? I don't quite get it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I like my idea better. Put the sticker on your car, or you die.
Or you die. I know. I like that.
That would encourage people, don't you think, to put the sticker on the car?
It would certainly give them more incentive than just, pie in the face.
We hired. I mean, listen. I know it's expensive, but look what you get out of it.
Right.
You don't think people would put stickers on their car if they thought they were going to die?
They would, yeah.
So you hired Charlton Heston.
Yeah.
You put him in the big wig and the beard, in a robe,
yeah,
and a shepherd staff.
Yeah.
And he tells people, you got to put this sticker on your car, or you're going to die.
Put him up on the top of Mount Soledad, parts his arms.
Or you make a TV commercial out of it.
Okay. Yeah.
People will be putting that sticker on their damn cars, I'm telling you.
So oftentimes the genius is ignored, isn't it?
And it ties in nicely with our Hebrew friends. It's a nice religious thing.
Right. It just hits on all bases.
Right. So that's what we got going for you, Shell.
Okay.
Money pies.
Excellent. And the Pie Patrol.
The Pie Patrol. And we're going to cream you with cash.
That's the money shot.
Is that what the money shot is?
That's the money shot. That's
I didn't know that.
Wow, I got some bad information.
Well, but it is good for your face.
Something different for you?
I just had been told otherwise. Whatever. Yeah.
So there you go, folks. And when's it all happening?
When?
I don't know.
Well, when can I get the sticker?
I don't know.
Oh. And where do I get it again? Sombrero?
Sombrero Mexican food. All
Okay.
12 convenient locations.
You're sure of that, huh? Because it's not on the paper here.
I understand
I'm
that
not
it's
supposed to deviate from the instructions on the paper.
I understand that it's not, but I have secret sombrero information. I'm kind of, inner circle.
You're like a spy kid.
I'm like a spy kid, yeah.
All right. Well, I hope you're right, because if they've changed that plan...
I don't think so. I think it's signed, sealed, and delivered. And you know what? If they did change the plan, little extra advertising for my buddy at Sombreros. So what the hell?
Great, a bunch of pissed off listeners going in there. If I don't get the sticker, I'm going to die.
Hey, while you're there, have a burrito.
Well, that's not going to help you if you're going to die.
Die happy.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like it's going very smoothly.
And it was Moses versus Ramses, who was the king of Egypt, who, of course, went on to invent the rubber.
Oh, yeah.
Ramses, let my people go.
It wasn't let my people come. That would have been a better...
God. Oh, my God. We probably will burn in hell. You know that. Bet money on it.
Hand of God came down from a cloud and just gave Boyer one across the chops. And who can blame him?
Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw. We'll be right back.
KGB.
No change without notice.
1015 KGB, let's get back to it. We'll talk to the inventors of the Money Pie promotion right now on the best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw. This is the 1015 KGB.
Before we leave, Shell, I want to remind you. Mm-hmm. You're going to go out there, you're going to get in your little Carl Berger Dodge, and you'll be driving along, and you'll think everything's
Jeep-O-Rama,
okay.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're being pulled over by the KGB Pie Patrol.
The Pie Patrol. But where do I get my stickers so that I can get the money or the pie in the face?
Calling the offices of
Thaddeus
P.
Smallwood.
Thaddeus P. Smallwood, the turd.
I have to know who came up with Pie Patrol.
Pie Patrol. I thought I was finished with my cry rags.
Yes, honey.
On the air on the GB.
Oh, hi, honey.
Can we speak with Jizzy, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. She's a peach, that Missy is.
Missy is great. She runs this place practically.
He's not going to answer his phone. He's Jizzy.
Hello.
Hey,
Jake.
Jizzy.
Hey. Hey.
Who came up with Pie Patrol?
Pie Patrol?
Yeah.
You mean Money Pie? Who do you think?
You.
No.
You guys, you know, now Jizzy here is our promotions director.
Yes, he is.
And our program director. What's his name?
Thaddeus J. Smallwood.
Thaddeus P. Smallwood the turd.
Thaddeus P. Smallwood. You guys always blame each other.
No.
Yes, you do.
No, I did come up with the line, cream you with cash. We want to cream you with cash. I fully take that in,
That
but
was
he
pretty
came
good
up
one.
with Money Pie.
Now, you know, I'm going to ask him who came up with naming the promotions people who go out to do this, the Pie Patrol.
Oh, I came up with that. The Pie Patrol I came up with. 'Cause
So
I
you
thought-
did come up with
Not
Pie
with Money Pie, though. We're the Pie Patrol.
But you came up with Pie Patrol.
Yes, I did. I take credit for that.
Do the Pie Patrol people have badges? Are they armed? Are they officially deputized?
No, but I thought it was, the Pie Patrol. See, I think it has two meanings in my mind.
And what are those meanings? Hang on, we have Thaddeus on the phone.
That's my name, Jay. I came up with Pie Patrol. Oh, now he wants credit for it. Off. All the other ones,
They're fighting on it now.
back off. No, this was mine. Oh, that's it.
Hey, Todd, did you hear my idea earlier today?
I think it's a great idea. I don't know how terribly legal it is, but yeah.
Well, who cares? My idea, along the same lines of a little story called, I don't know, I think... the
Bible.
It's Passover.
Right.
It's Passover.
Uh-huh.
When Moses was
Could it be
fighting...
pie Passover?
No.
Did they have pies back then? I don't remember.
When,
Unleavened pie.
All right. Thank you.
Thaddeus,
my
ask the
first
senator.
You never forget your first senator.
Where you were, what you were doing when you get your first senator. When Moses was fighting Ramses, Moses said, let my people go. Ramses says, beat it, take a hike. So Moses said, all right, well, my God's going to whack you. In fact, he's going to whack everybody unless you got the secret signal on your door, which was to smear lamb's blood over.
Right.
So I say they got to have the secret signal. They got to put the KGB sticker on their car, or we kill you. That's the Passover.
I like it.
Look, do you want to be a success or not?
We do. We do.
Okay.
Jizzy, Jizzy.
Yes.
Pretend that you are on the Pie Patrol.
All right, I'm pretending.
And you're about to cream me with cash.
I got Shelly to spit stuff out. I'm 2 for 2.
I got Bigelow tea coming out my nose.
I got Shelly to shoot tea out her nose.
Oh.
All right, let's go. Cream me.
I'm going to cream you with my pie.
With cash. Walk me through it.
I'm going to whack you with... All right, I'm pulling you over on the side of the road. I've got the Pie Patrol mobile right there. And as I pull you over, you're excited.
How do you get them to pull over?
They'll be pulled over. They'll be trying to drive me off the road. I have a feeling. And then I'll have a pie prepared.
Will you have a pie siren?
No, what I want to do though is I want to get pies, make pies on the side of the van.
Right.
And so when I pull them over, I'll have a pie ready to go. And we'll just go right up to them and say, have them sign a release form in case they get in.
They have to sign a release form first.
No, I don't know.
That'll be smooth.
And then we'll just whack them right in the face with the pie.
Oh.
The easiest.
And how much money am I going to get?
It could be from 101, guaranteed 101, but it could be all the way up to 1,001.
Now that's a mistake.
Why's that?
You should not guarantee that it's $101.
Well, why is that? Don't you want to? I mean, you got to get something.
Well, the fun of it would be you got whacked in the face for a pie, and there's a nickel in there.
Right.
No, you're guaranteed money, but you
Right.
don't know how much. And if they say no because it might only be 5 cents, you always lie to them and say, too bad, that was a $1,000 pie.
I'm liking the killing people idea.
Yes.
I knew you had it in you, Todd.
I don't like it.
Now, this is for people who are only wearing the new sticker. What if someone's wearing one of our old ones?
We're really looking for the new sticker.
Oh.
What do they look
hard
I
ass.
think we'll be kind and gentle and allow all KGB stickers, though.
All right. What is the KG Beach? Who came up with that one?
I believe KGB Beach logo.
KG Beach.
Because the Beach was such a successful radio station, we want to...
Who came up with KG Beach?
That was Todd.
That's actually an old name from the 50s. The KG Beach, Beach Boys.
Okay.
That's been around forever, but...
All right.
But the sticker is actually my ex-wife came up with that one. Nope.
We've touched a nerve.
Let's not go
back
there.
Away
I mean,
that's where the
back
concept of...
away.
Is the sticker just a picture of a foot coming out the door and you with your suitcases just flying all over the front yard?
Hey, well, something good had to come out of the marriage.
So we got the sticker going for us.
Yeah. Maybe I should have brought that up. Maybe that was a bad idea. Are we going to delay? Can we...
It's Mrs. Smallwood.
What does it look like, Todd?
It's the oval sticker that you've seen before.
Yeah.
With says KGB on it, cleverly. That's the KG Beach sticker.
Basically, it's a black
so
and
it's
white
not
sticker.
new.
Yeah, it's a black and white sticker that you've seen around that usually has,
This said it's a new
SD.
sticker.
Yeah, well, it's new right now. We just came out with it.
Oh, God.
Came out with a new...
It's not used.
Oh, God.
What's the matter? What is wrong with you?
Shelly's going to pop. Shelly's going to pop.
Oh, God.
What sent you off, Shell?
She can't even say it. She's gone. She is gone. She is going, and gone.
Oh, my God. The foot out the door.
The bumper sticker that Todd's ex-wife came up with. There's a picture of her high heels sticking out the front door and Todd just scattering all over the front yard with his suitcases.
Oh, my God.
Took a lot of time to come up with that artwork, believe me.
Oh, I am crying. Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy, you're kicking me out. Now, on the back of this new sticker, there's an oil change deal from Balboa Auto Center.
Correct.
And where do you get these stickers?
Sombreros.
Where?
Sombreros.
Sombreros Mexican Food,
Yes.
13 locations.
Yes, indeed. And I recommend having the big burrito while you're there.
Big, bad burrito, man. There's nothing better.
Absolutely.
They'll be making them in 5 minutes. 10:30 they go on. All right, fellas.
All
That's
right.
your program director.
The name is mine, okay?
Thaddeus P. Smallwood the turd.
Yeah.
And Jizzy,
Yes, thank you very much.
our
everyone.
promotions director. You're very welcome, guys.
right.
Another excellent promotion. Hatched.
Quite the tandem there, David.
It's like Pinky in the Brain.
Who's Pinky? Who's the brain?
Don't ask. It'll just hurt.
Thank you, fellas.
Goodbye.
Bang up job you're doing up there in the executive offices.
Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw! Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
We'll be right back. KGB.
1015 KGB, the best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw. Sports time now. 6:45 will be dropping the green flag at Cajon Speedway on the 527 Big Bad Burrito Bomber. Thanks to my friends Ken and Kim and all the cats at Marketing Works, your logo store in El Cajon and Ramona, plus Sombrero Mexican Food, 12 convenient locations. Join me and Randy Wallace in the 529 KGB True Line Alignment La Posada del Sol race team. We'll both be taken to the track in the Bomber Division tomorrow night. Looking forward to seeing you in the stands. 6:45, they're going to drop that green flag. Get there early, qualifying at 5:15. Let's take a look back for a retrospective on the week in sports, and for that, we turn now to the Dean of American Sportscasters. That's Cookie Randolph. We say, hello, Cookie.
Well, look at everybody in the sports world. It looked bleak for a while at Qualcomm Stadium last night.
Hard drive, right field. That's got distance. That could go to the wall, at the wall. 3-0 Philadelphia. Out.
The visiting Philadelphia Phillies were touching up Padres starter Adam Eaton, but to the rescue comes red-hot Padre outfielder Bubba Trammell.
Here comes drive left field. That's got distance. We got a 3-1 ball game. Boom! Bubba Trammell, second home run, RBI number 9. The Padres coming back.
Sweet. Yeah, nicely done. Bubba 3 for 4 with a couple of RBI. Then it got bleak again. Padres fall behind 5-1. All charged to Adam Eaton in, 7 innings? No, 7 innings work. 5 earned runs. Adam Eaton, 5-3 final as the Padres score 2 runs too little too late. San Diego dips 4.5 games behind the visual-leading San Francisco idle last night. Ricky Henderson now 1 walk away from tying Babe Ruth for most career base on balls. And is everybody up to date on Tony Gwynn? Oh, yeah, he pulled a groin muscle Friday, 15-day disabled list. Try to stretch out a double. Padres Phillies again tonight. Woody Williams first pitch 7:05. Only 2 other games in all of baseball as Atlanta Morissette at Houston and Arizona ice-teed Florida on a Randy Johnson 6-hit shutout. A game during which former Padre Steve Finley exploded for a single and 2 RBI, raising his season average to 138 with 3 ribbies on the year. The Montreal Expos have been in talks with the New York Mets for a possible trade for an outfielder named Milton Bradley. A 2-for-1 deal. The Mets would give up Milton Bradley in exchange for the Parker brothers. Meanwhile, in the National
See 2 youngsters tickling each other like that in a playful way. So we're set to go here in the 3rd. It'll be Phil Siegel, followed by Mark Amato. And then the red-hot Kirikama Uchiyama, the left-hander out of Yamakuri, Japan. Today's spring training broadcast brought to you in part by Big Bite Wieners. These plump, juicy wieners make any meal, backyard barbecue, or tailgate party special. That's because they're big. So wrap your mouth around a full-size weenie tonight. Big Bite Wieners and sausages, you got a big mouth, fill it up. So we're set to go here in the 3rd, and here comes Siegel. Phil Siegel, graduate of La Jolla High School down in the San Diego area. An all-star baseball player. And he loves to caress his stick when he gets to the plate. He's holding the bat firmly, gripping it with 2 hands, rubbing it gently, caressing it, using the pine tar to get it nice and sticky, rubbing it up and down, looking at it, feeling it, swinging it back and forth, waving it, loving it.
Skitball Association playoff action. San Antonio half-dog, half-logged. The Timberwolves lead that best of 5-2 zip. Likewise, the Hornets as Charlotte webbed Miami. The Heat have gone cold down 0-2. TBS doubleheader tonight, Pacers, Philly, Dallas, Utah. The Los Angeles Kings advance to the National Hockey League Western Conference Finals with a semi-surprising 3-2 overtime win over the pre-series favorite Detroit Red Wings. First time the Kings have won a series since Gretzky took them to the finals in '93. Now the Kings must face the mighty Avalanche. Also, Pittsburgh advanced to the Eastern semis with a 4-3 overtime win over Washington. Shelley Dunn. Is Mario Lemieux's return to the Penguins after 4 years off battling cancer the biggest story in sports this year? The former 3-time MVP at age 35, 76 points in 43 regular seasons game this year, led all scorers with his just completed series, 4 goals, 7 points as his Penguins advance.
It will be unless Michael comes back.
Good answer, good answer, good answer. In other sports, David.
you see Mud with a snag from the broadcast booth last night?
Caught a foul ball.
Caught a foul ball, a couple of tosses prior to Bubba doing the one jack. Mark Grant snagging one out of the air from the broadcast booth last night.
Wow.
Doing the one jack. I like that for a solo
Well, there was
homer.
a lot of talk.
Oh, yeah.
Mud with a snag right before the one jack. Probably didn't understand what I was saying there because I speak very cool.
You are word up, dog.
Thank you, MC Hammer.
It is 6:32 and 1 second, and this is your 101.5 KJB Sports Network. Oh, my.
That's our business.
1015 KGB, this is the Best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw Show. A couple of years ago, it might have been 96 or 97, we talked about Elizabeth Hurley's spanking game, where somebody would come over to her house, they would drop their pants, they would bend over a chair, and some member of the party would come up from behind them and spank them on the ass. And then that person who was spanked would have to guess who was doing the swatting. Well, I volunteered to be the pants dropper, and then producer Rich Barra, Shelley Dunn, and Cookie the Chainsaw Randolph all took their turns. Well, little did I know that the chainsaw was going to give me a downright wallop that would send me nearly flying a-hole over tea kettles off of the stool. Well, I have harbored some ill will and certainly regret for participating for many, many years. So when Chainsaw said he'd take a pie in the face, I jumped at the chance for a little bit of retribution. It's the Best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw. This is the 1015 KGB.
All right, the boys are outside for a little pie throwing. What you got there, Chris?
This is a lemon banana cream meringue pie? It's a lemon meringue, I'm told.
Okay. And which way are you going to be going with the pie? Which way will Chainsaw be facing?
Which way would you like him to face?
Away from my window.
We don't want any collateral damage?
I think you should have Chainsaw over by the plants, and you throw the pie so that pie shrapnel just goes into the planter area.
Okay, well, I can hit the planter behind him.
Yeah, but you're going to hit glass and windows and stuff. And
Yeah.
that's going to make people here very upset. They don't want us hanging, framed art on the walls. I don't think they're going to want us throwing pies in the new building.
Should we move him across the street here or across the little walkway facing like this?
Maybe we should just flat out go to another building.
That might be a good idea because if there are mices in here, maybe they'll come outside to eat the leftover pie.
All right.
You ready?
I am prepared. Aren't you going to get a little bit further back than that?
I'll stand back here.
I got about a 6-foot distance right now. Hold on 1 second, Chris.
Camera.
Hold on 1 second before you throw it. What are the odds that he completely misses?
I know. That's what I was going to say. One pie, one chance,
The
and
odds
he throws
that
like a girl.
completely misses. What did Dana pay for this pie?
I don't know, about $20.
$20 bucks?
That's what I put on the expense sheet. Mileage.
Oh, got it.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Have Chainsaw dig his own grave and count it down from 3, 2, 1.
Jenny, count it down. 3, 2, 1, then we'll pie. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God! He got him good. Oh, back and to the left, back and to the left. Oh,
Cheney slurping like crazy.
No, Jim McKinnis just walked up and he's having lunch.
Now he's eating. Now he's eating. Well, Boyer, nice. That was hardly a throw. That was a full-on all smash.
That was an assault.
Chainsaw had requested a flying pie, denied by Boyer, who I think still harbors pain from the ass smack he took.
There's a little
retribution
issue going on there.
Vengeance is mine! All right, the Chainsaw has been thoroughly
That was beautiful.
and viciously meringued
He did it for nothing.
by Chris Boyer.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Shelley, thank you for...
Anytime.
Oh,
I'm glad it helped you.
Closure?
Closure. Cathartic. Yeah.
Closure.
Good.
Pictures coming to the website. Dana was out there with a digital camera. Look for it by 10 o'clock, 101kgb.com. With a chainsaw. Was nearly fatally pied.
The comments and opinions of Dave Shelley and Chainsaw may not reflect those of the staff and management of KGB-FM, but they probably do.
KGB.
1015 KGB-FM San Diego. This is the best of Dave Shelley and Chainsaw Show. They were with us yesterday on the show, and a fantastic and captivating interview. We've had more calls on this than just about anything in the last 6 months that I can remember. So I hope if you missed it yesterday or you got tuned in late, I hope you're joining us right now at the start of our conversation with Lieutenant Pat Honig and Ensign Rich Bensing. These are two of the 24 American servicemen who were held captive in communist China. They were on that downed EP-3E surveillance plane. They stopped by the Dave Shelley and Chainsaw Show studios yesterday, and they gave graciously and willingly of their time. This is the best of Dave Shelley and Chainsaw on the 1015 KGB-FM San Diego.
San Diego's number one, the KGB. You are with Dave Shelley and Chainsaw. Thanks for switching us on. It's Friday morning. All is good with the world. Joining us in studio this morning are Lieutenant Patrick Honig and Ensign Rich Bensing. How do you know those names? Both gentlemen were aboard. Both gentlemen were aboard our plane, which was knocked out of the skies by the Chinese fighter. What was it, 3 weeks ago, guys? 4 weeks ago?
April Fool's Day.
Right. April Fool's Day. Is it possibly just a big Chinese joke? No, of course not. And the lieutenant here just got back in town last night, back to Lakeside to see the family. Welcome back to San Diego.
Thanks.
Good to have you back in one piece. And Ensign, what's your hometown?
If I do have a hometown,
if you do,
it'll probably be San Diego.
San Diego.
Been out here long enough.
Well, you snuck back a couple days ago, right?
I snuck back a week ago.
A week ago. And, Lieutenant, you got back last night. And we know this because the cameras caught you getting your bags, going to the bathroom, picking your nose, any move that you made.
Pretty much anything, yeah.
They broke in on CNN. The lieutenant's got a runny nose, and we're covering it now for you live. Wolf, which nostril was it? Well, welcome back, guys. It's great to have you back.
Good to be here.
And I know you're fighting laryngitis or a stress thing or something, but you get a month off if you want.
Something like that. I'll probably be going back earlier than that, though.
Yeah. Okay, great. These are the guys who would be the first ones to stand up and say, "Look, don't call us heroes. We're doing our jobs," which is why I'm not in the Navy, because I'd be the first one saying, "I'm a hero over here."
Well, there'd be a dry cleaning issue first, I'm sure.
No one would have to see that.
I understand that.
I'd have been wearing my dress browns that day.
The minute a MiG pulls up by you, there's going to be a problem.
I'd have been wearing my dress browns. All right, so let's go back to April 1st. Patrick, Rich, you're out doing a regular old everyday job, right? This is something that you've been assigned to over off the coast of China. And tell me what your job is this particular day.
Just a standard flight. We were flying off in the South China Sea, doing a pretty lengthy mission that day. Early morning takeoff, and we were going to be out pretty much all day.
And what's your job on the plane?
I'm one of the pilots on the aircraft. We usually carry 3 on a long mission like that, and rotate in every couple hours.
And how about you, Ensign? What's your job?
I'm a special evaluator.
Can't tell me any more than that, can you?
No, I can't.
So some of the stuff that you're listening to, you determine what it means.
I'm a special evaluator.
Exactly.
Boy.
Okay.
Do you speak the language?
No.
All right. So we're flying along, and it's well into the mission now, isn't it? What is it, 2/3, 3/4 of the way through?
Yeah, in fact, we had been kind kind of joking with each other on, we usually figured out how to go home by how much gas we had left or what time they wanted us to land, so for the post-mission stuff. So we were about 10 minutes from going home anyway. Decided, maybe we'd just take off because it was a pretty boring day. And right about then is when everything started ramping up.
2 Chinese fighters are scrambled, and I guess, I don't know what I'm talking about here, but what we hear is they're shadowing you. Is that the word you guys use?
That's a pretty fair explanation of what they were doing.
What's the point of it? Is it just to say, hey, look, we know you're here, but we're going to dick with you a little bit?
I think so. I mean, I obviously don't know what the Chinese are thinking, but that's pretty much what we think that they're doing.
Now, you guys are out in international waters, every right to be there. If someone's going to be talking loud and you can hear what they're saying, all right, you're going to stand out there and listen to it, and these guys come on out and do the shadowing job. Have you had this happen to you before?
Yes.
Regular business. This is not something that's necessarily frightening or scary to you.
Well, this was not quite your typical event, especially what happened afterwards.
Before the accident I'm talking about, these guys on a regular routine would come on up and shadow you guys.
It was not uncommon. I wouldn't say it was. I wouldn't say it's an everyday occurrence, but it was not uncommon.
And the one guy who eventually ended up flying into you, from what we hear, has a well-known. It's his reputation to be a real daredevil. Get real close to you, do the thing where he flies up right under your plane, then pop up and thump you.
Well, I've heard that too, but mostly I've heard it reported from you guys.
So you don't know that to be true?
I can't say that that's true, no.
Okay. This is the interesting stuff, because we only know the stuff that we're making up.
I mean, we saw a picture of the plane and the pilot, the Chinese pilot, holding up a piece of paper. Was he trying to give you his email address so you guys could become pen pals of some kind? I mean, was that what it was about? Was it more like, hey, we're all in this together, or were they actually being aggressive?
That was a different flight.
Right. But is that the same guy?
We're not really sure.
There's no way of knowing.
Usually they have their oxygen mask on, their visor down, so you're pretty much just looking at a generic helmet in an airplane.
Are they playing around, or is it a military intimidation tactic?
Both.
Yeah.
I think in this case he was maybe trying to show off a little bit, but we don't really know. I mean, it was definitely flying a lot different than they normally do.
So you're doing your routine, and these two fighter pilots show up, and then something goes wrong. Now we've heard all the different scenarios. We've heard that is it Lieutenant Osborne? Have I got his rank correct?
Mm-hmm.
They have said that he suddenly and swiftly dipped his left wing on purpose. Now, who's going to do that?
Yeah, we're a pretty slow, non-maneuvering airplane, and we fly a really steady platform, especially when we see those guys come out. The autopilot was working awesome on that aircraft, and we had it all hooked up. We were basically just heading toward home anyway.
Right.
And when it comes to is it EP-3A?
Correct.
That's the name of the aircraft?
EP-3E.
EP-3E. When it comes to the EP-3E and these two Chinese fighters, you guys have the right of way because you're the less maneuverable and slower aircraft, right?
Well, technically, depending on who's
we're all playing by the same
rules. We're all
rules.
playing by the same rules.
Right,
That'd be correct.
Okay, all right. So he comes flying up, and does he hit you from underneath?
He basically formed up on our left wing a little bit behind us, and then he was coming up doing a couple different things. First time he just kind of came up and was he popped us a salute.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Just gave us a salute. Saluted us
with his hand.
With one hand.
Okay.
So obviously one hand's not on the controls at that point. And that's kind of unnerving. And then he began getting closer. He at one point moved away from us to a distance and removed part of his mask, his oxygen mask. And then the next time he came up, he was mouthing kind of words at us, which obviously we don't speak Chinese.
Can't tell what he's saying.
We can't hear him, so we had no idea. We were obviously getting concerned at this point.
And where were you at this point in the aircraft?
I was standing behind the pilot seat taking some notes about his aircraft and things like that, and then double checking the cockpit instruments and stuff like that to make sure. Typically, when they come up to us, we try to fly as stable and friendly a platform. We know that they don't fly in the slow flight regime very well, so we try to pick up our speed to a higher speed than we normally would fly, just so that they don't sit there close to stall. And we, obviously we stay wings level. If the autopilot's working, which it was, we have that all coupled up, so it's steady a platform for them to fly off.
It's just cruise control.
Exactly.
Right. And how about you, Rich? What are you doing at this point?
I was right overlooking the left wing, watching the guy approach us.
And then something happens. He hit the propeller?
Yeah, he started making run-ins to us. He'd drop back a little bit, and then he'd come in kind of at about a 45-degree angle behind us. And he...
Coming up at 45 degrees?
No, from behind us, like behind us to the left.
Okay.
About the same altitude.
Okay.
And he would make kind of a rendezvous with us, pretty quick rendezvous, and he would stop right at the wingtip.
So playing chicken with you?
Sort of, like as if to say, go away kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Trying to shoo you away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the third or so time, I mean, I was looking out and looking in the whole time, making sure that, we are heading away, getting more and more nervous about the type of flying he was doing. And then the third, I believe it was the third time, but the third time I looked out there and saw it, he basically got kind of sucked up underneath our number one propeller, and it began just chewing through the fuselage of his airplane.
You saw it happen?
Yep.
And what happened to your craft at that point? Obviously a lot of rumbling and shaking.
Yeah, large bumping, and I'm watching our prop chew through his airplane pretty much like a bandsaw, and breaking in pieces and chunks were flying everywhere.
Tail is cut off this plane.
I don't know if it actually fully came off, but it definitely broke the aircraft in half.
What's your altitude at this point?
About 22,000 feet.
Are you trained? Are you cool enough at this point to say, oh my God, we're cutting this guy in half? Or is it some kind of a surreal thing where you don't really know what's going on?
Yeah, it was surreal in that I couldn't believe that he was actually hitting us, or that we were, that our two aircraft were.
Did he do it on purpose, or did he get sucked in?
I don't really know.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing.
There's really nothing to indicate that he was attempting to collide with us.
Yeah. And did you see the accident too?
Yes.
So now you got the collision, parts are flying all over the place. And from what I heard, did the forward part of his plane shoot straight up and hit the nose of your plane?
Actually, his tail hit, his vertical tail hit our wing and put a hole through the aileron. Kind of looked like the size of a large piece of pizza in the aileron, which is what we used to turn with. And when he did that, it banked our aircraft over to the right initially, and then once the engine started shutting down and the blades on the propeller seized at a very flat blade angle, they are basically big air brakes out there. Even when we shut the aircraft down, we normally, when you shut one of the engines down, the propellers go to a feathered position where they're streamlined with the airflow. And this, because of this, so there was so much damage, they were stuck flat.
The propellers, that's an interesting part. The propellers go around and around like a windmill, but the propeller itself pivots at a 45-degree angle.
Correct. Well, it can go from different angles. We can actually go into reverse on the ground, like for a landing.
Okay.
It'll actually go completely kind of like a boat. You can reverse the pitch on a propeller on the boat.
So the propeller, if you think of the propeller as like a spoke on a wheel, that propeller will twist. And here it is flat out. Now you've got total resistance to it, and I think that's got to be dragging your left wing sharply back.
Yeah, I think that's mainly what contributed to us. Initially, we had the bump to the right from his airplane impacting us. It kind of knocked our nose up as well. And I actually saw the front of the fighter coming toward. I thought he was going to basically come right into the window and take all of us out in the cockpit. But as I was knocked, I kind of was knocked to the floor for a minute or for a few seconds. When I came back up, I noticed, the loud smashing noise, and he kind of grazed underneath the front of us, is what it looked like to me, and that's when our nose cone departed, and
something knocked the nose cone off.
Yeah.
What's that do to your ability to fly?
It's a big flat surface also, and we had some equipment in the nose cone, just basic navigation equipment and stuff that also was gone. So there's just now a big flat panel there that we're trying to push through the air instead of the normal rounded nose, and then the flat blade on the left side.
Isn't the nose cone where what's it called? Listen close radar? What's it called?
The only thing we had up there was some equipment for shooting approaches into airports and a weather radar to avoid thunderstorms.
I know there's a lot to take in visually in the split second that it happens when a plane is coming towards you and you both saw the accident. Did either of you see the face of the Chinese fighter when it was happening?
I did not.
I was watching pretty much his entire cockpit the whole time coming through, except when I was, glancing over, watching I was kind of in amazement to watch the propeller actually just cutting through his airplane like that.
Just cutting through it like a knife through butter.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it was more violent than that, obviously. It was more like a large buzzsaw, like a sawmill or something, throwing chips of airplane, both our propeller and pieces of his.
And now the plane has collided with your plane. His plane is fatally wounded. Your plane is beginning an 8,000-foot descent out of control. What happens next? We'll take a quick time out. We'll continue our discussion this morning with recently returned Ensign Rich Bensing and just returned Lieutenant Patrick Honig. Next here on the KGB. Don't miss it, folks. San Diego's number one, the KGB. It's Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw with you. We will continue our discussion with Lieutenant Patrick Honig and Ensign Rich Bensing. On board the EP-3E, knocked out by the Chinese fighter. In studio with us this morning, back home in good old San Diego for a couple of weeks of rest and relaxation. They were good enough to come in and talk to us today, and we appreciate them taking the time. We'll get right to that. When we broke for commercials, that's right about the time you were falling out of the sky, if you can recall that.
Pretty vividly, actually.
Yeah.
Is there a noticeable suddenly, whoa, I'm falling?
For a portion of it, guys in the back later talked about being pinned to the floor during parts of it after they got knocked out of their seats and stuff, but the adrenaline was pumping so hard that I don't remember. I was back standing once I got back up.
23 or 24 ladies and gentlemen on board?
24.
24. Yeah. Complement of 24 on board the plane. And now the accident has happened. Did you have time to see at all what happened to the Chinese fighter? I heard someone witnessed flames and going down.
People initially had talked about seeing some things like that, but once we got together later and started talking, I don't know that anybody really had that sure of a picture of what happened. So,
and they looked for him for a long time, but that was really fruitless, wasn't it?
Apparently.
Well, yeah. I mean, as a fellow pilot, I would hope that he would survive something like that.
Sure.
But one of the things that went through my mind as we were thinking about bailing out and ditching and stuff like that ourselves was survivability in the waters down there. Yeah. And it's never a good thing, and something I was thinking, we were definitely going to lose some people either way.
That's what I want to ask you next now. How long do you have to decide before, geez, what do we do? Do we start protecting our secrets? Do we jump out of this plane and save our bacon? Who's giving orders right now?
Up in the cockpit, we were pretty much trying to determine whether it was flyable. Initially, right. I didn't think it was.
And are you back now in the cockpit?
I'm in the cockpit.
You're strapping in?
I'm strapping a parachute on and getting parachutes for the other members that are actually at the controls, the two guys. And they were going through emergency procedures trying to shut that engine down and get it to... We never did get it to stop spinning. The propeller being frozen at that blade angle, continued to spin, which was a pretty big concern on this type of airplane. It can lose, basically run itself out of oil if it's spinning without the engine being on. So
it just seizes up into a block of metal.
Yeah, it'll keep spinning. They've had them, turn red hot and then white hot and then eventually fall off the plane and
melt the wing off. Right?
Sometimes it can, go through the rest of the airplane, or you just don't want something like that coming off.
And is the pilot having to move the other way to compensate for the?
Yeah, we pretty much went into a nose low dive, and we were pretty much inverted, not completely, but about 135, 140 degree angle, so past the 90 knife edge, definitely.
Jesus.
And pretty much all I was looking at was water as I was trying to strap the parachute on, and I looked at both flight controls were full over to the right. And
So let's
the rudder's full over to the right.
Let's explain that again now. When you're flying along normal, the wings are just out horizontal to the water. If you were going to do a rollover, you'd bring the wings up 90 degrees so the wings are vertical to the water. You're past that at this point.
Right.
You're like
Slightly
almost
upside down.
halfway again past over that way.
Exactly.
So that when you look up, you're looking at water.
Correct.
Can never be good.
No, and we're in such a steep dive that we pretty much, you could only see water anyway.
Yeah.
What are you doing at this point, Rich?
I'm doing essentially the same thing that Lieutenant Honeck was doing, only in the back. I'm strapping my parachute on. I'm checking other people's gear, making sure that they're squared away, and just waiting for the further orders to come from the flight station.
Because I think I'd be at the door ready to jump.
Where's the part where you hide in the back and scream like a little Nancy girl?
Yeah.
Do we have one of those on the
Wet
plane?
yourself.
Because I'm in there with the door
Yeah.
locked.
We didn't have time.
Man.
Is that what happens? Do your automatic senses just take over, your instinct? Everything you've been trained for, is that what happens?
It's your training that takes over. We had people, after we got on the land, they had some reaction
Sure.
immediately afterwards.
Because you're in shock.
Exactly. But during the course of the emergency, everybody just, after the initial moment of panic of, oh my God, he hit us,
Mm-hmm.
then it was just a chaotic rush to accomplish everything you could accomplish in the time you were given.
Now, Rich, you're a 13-year veteran of the Navy. You've served your country for a career now. Have you ever encountered any kind of emergency situation other than this before?
Not quite like this, no. I'd been over in the Persian Gulf War and had a fun moment or two over there, but this definitely takes the cake.
And of all the training that you can possibly do for when things go wrong, do you train yourself for a plane colliding into you?
I never have.
Well, you have now. Now you know how it's done.
Okay, so let's see. We're virtually upside down, falling to the water. You're putting parachutes on. And then I understand there is a miracle from God and the plane gets righted. The flight crew is able to somehow return the plane to some sort of normal operation. What do you attribute to that?
Just like you said, I think there's definitely probably an angel out there on the wing helping us out that day. They basically were fighting the airplane with everything they could and had the controls in full opposite the direction we were rolling. And once we got to a lower altitude, I think that also helped out with the air being a little bit thicker. You get more airflow, and we were also at pretty high airspeed at that time after the dive. So eventually came out of the dive and came out of the roll, and we were back upright.
At what altitude?
We lost about 8,000 to 10,000 feet is
From
what I would
22,
guesstimate.
okay.
So we were back down in the 11,000 to 10,000 feet range. The next thing that I remember looking at.
This is over water?
Still over water, probably about 50 or 60 miles off the coast of Hainan Island.
Now, I don't want to get you in Dutch with the missus because your lovely wife, Kimmy, is sitting right next to you.
Yep.
I know you're busy. And you're a naval officer and you're a professional and you're trained and everything like that, but you're in a critical situation here. Is there a moment when you start thinking about your family?
Actually,
I would imagine they train you not to do that.
Yeah, I didn't. The only thing that really, as far as the shock value, just was I pretty much was just saying, please God, don't let this be how I go. I've loved flying ever since I was young, and I just never envisioned myself dying in an airplane. And as much as we do, and the weird things that we do in airplanes, and they're all controlled, and we're trained really well, and something like this is just completely freakish, and I never imagined something like this would go on.
Okay, plane gets back to right side up, and you've got your parachutes on, and trying to decide are we going to land in the water or what. Eventually, the decision is made to make an emergency landing in, is it pronounced Hainan?
Hainan Island.
Hainan Island. And you're not given permission, but you do it anyway.
Right. We pretty much, once we decided initially went through the bailout phase where we were going to just jump out of the airplane. I'm sitting there thinking, and as I'm looking back through the aircraft, that we're probably going to lose a bunch of people. Once it looked like the plane was flying, Lieutenant Osborne decided that he wanted to try to ditch the aircraft in the water, where we basically do a controlled as we could landing in the water and try to use the life rafts that we have.
This would be after people had bailed out?
No, this would be an alternate to bailing out. Because everybody would stay on the airplane. We would land it in the water and then evacuate into life rafts. We carry a couple 12-person life rafts, like similar to the airlines.
Now, Rich, when the lieutenant was talking about bailing out of the aircraft, you started shaking your head. Why are you shaking your head? Are you reliving an ugly memory? Are you disagreeing with the call?
No, definitely not disagreeing with the call. But the EP-3 is not really an aircraft that's too conducive to disgorging its passengers via bailout. And I remember thinking very clearly as we're preparing for this that there was no way that all 24 of us were going to get out via that method.
I don't get it. Explain to me why you can't just jump. You've got parachutes on. I know landing in the water is no picnic, but why is it bad just jumping out of the airplane and saying the hell with it?
It's not the type of aircraft that is typically used in paratroop operations, and I don't know that a lot of practice has been done. And in all the training that I've gotten, I've heard a lot of people saying, you'll never bail out of a P3, you'll never bail out of a P3. It never happens. You never want it to happen.
Yeah.
And all this negative reinforcement is running through my mind as we're preparing for this.
Well, thank God the good thing happens. You're able to get to land.
Right.
But the scary part isn't over yet, because now the plane is so badly damaged it can't land properly. What's proper landing speed for that plane?
Generally about 130 to 140 knots is what, it's all dependent on our gross weight, how much we weigh and how much gas we're carrying.
But because the plane had been damaged so badly during the crash with the Chinese fighter, you could not deploy the flaps, which are part of the plane that slow the plane down.
Correct.
So your landing speed was what?
Probably in the 180 range. We actually elected to not lower the flaps. We didn't know if they would work or not, but there was already so much control force required to keep the airplane straight and level as it was, both with the rudder and with the ailerons, that if we had one flap come down and not the other and then they got stuck, it could create such a roll rate that we wouldn't be able to recover.
Mm-hmm.
So we elected to just leave them up, which is something that we practice, not at that speed, but because we were still pretty heavy. We had enough gas to fly all the way back to Japan. So we were overweight, and we also had lost airspeed indications through our normal means up in the cockpit. So
you didn't know how fast you were going?
Initially we did. Initially we didn't. One was completely gone, and the one on the co-pilot side was showing 100 knots, which would have been stall for us at that time.
So you knew that wasn't true.
We knew it wasn't true, but initially we weren't believing it, and that led to us descending a lot more than we probably needed to initially, just because we were keeping the nose down to kind of keep the airspeed up.
Can you see that the nose is gone, by the way? Did you guys know that the nose was gone?
We heard a lot of wind noise and a lot of extra drag, and you could see pieces of metal that were kind of curled up or bent up on the front that was kind of flapping against the front windscreen. But we knew there was a lot of damage underneath there. We didn't know how much, and one of my concerns was we didn't even know if the nose landing gear was still there.
Right. So what amounts to basically a high-speed crash landing takes place. Plane finally comes to a stop.
Right.
And I understand the Chinese welcome wagon was there pretty quickly.
Yeah, they claimed that they didn't hear any of our Mayday calls, and that was one of the big things they used in their propaganda against us when we were being held there, was that we landed without permission. But the fact that they had truckloads of people right there to greet us and a guy to taxi us and park us, and they wanted us to shut down immediately.
Pretty prepared for your arrival, weren't they?
Yeah, somehow they knew.
Yeah.
Kind of knew you were coming.
Okay, the plane is down on the ground. They want in. Now the decision is being weighed. What do we do with all the sensitive equipment and computers and whatnot that you've got on the plane? And now here I come up to the point where you tell me none of your beeswax. We read stories in Newsweek and Time that you guys had pickaxes out on these things.
Well, what I can say is actually we had enacted the emergency destruct bill during the course of the initial emergency. So while the bailout call was out and people were preparing to leap out of the aircraft, other people are carrying out the emergency destruct bill. As far as the methods of destruction, that's something we really can't talk about.
Let me ask you this. Do you have a cool Mission Impossible button that you press and then smoke just comes out and it self-destructs by itself?
No.
Not that I've seen.
No.
No, that's 60s technology.
I actually wish that
We've moved up to the 21st century. We got a pickaxe now.
Right.
That's right.
Okay, you're on. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
there's a lot of reports about some really neat GWIS stuff that we supposedly have on the airplane, and I would love it if
maybe we'll get them.
They would get them, but
kegs, things like that.
Yeah, fax machines. I've never been able to call home and hey honey, I'm in the middle of the South China Sea. How you doing? Never happened.
What's for dinner?
How many minutes did you have to destruct from the time of the initial emergency to the landing?
From the impact of the landing was about a half an hour total.
So pilots are trying to control the aircraft and making decisions while part of the other crew is doing things that we can't specifically talk about to the equipment.
That in addition to just preparing both to bail out and then later to ditch. To ditch the airplane, we have ditching stations where everyone has to strap in certain places. So they were doing that as well. So it wasn't just
just different preparations for each incident.
We kind of went through multiple phases of, okay, what do we think we can do? And one of the things that Lieutenant Osborne looked back at me and he's like, well, what do you think, ditch it or land, or ditch it or bail out, was what he was asking me. And I'm looking at him and he's got a lot of weird controls in there to keep it straight and level. But I said, is it flyable? And he said, I think it might be able to fly it. I said, well, then let's land. So at that point was when I ran back to the navigator station and we decided, hey, what heading do we need to get to the nearest point of land? We weren't contemplating for more than a couple seconds of going anywhere else but the nearest point of land because we didn't know how long that thing would stay airborne.
So the plane is down. You've had time to button things up inside, and you get ready to step foot on communist soil and become prisoners of war without the war.
Correct. Detainees.
Detainees would be a more appropriate phraseology.
Prisoners of war is sexier, though, don't you think?
Yeah, but they went through a little more than we did.
A lot more.
Sure, I know. Yeah, I understand that. So you're collected and you're held for 12 days?
We were released on our 12th day.
12th day. All right, we'll take a quick timeout, and we'll find out from the lieutenant's wife what it's like when you get the phone call or the message, or how you find out exactly that your husband and the 23 others are being held against their will on communist soil when we continue here on the KGB. Don't go away.
All ID service and equipment required and sold separately. Unidentified calls are those without a phone number. Installation charges may apply. Available in most areas.
You take a chance getting up in the morning, crossing the street, or sticking your face in a fan.
The following presentation is not rated. San Diego's world-class rock.
What's with the midget over here?
101.5. This is the KGB.
We are stars. We are We are stars, we are golden, we are and we got to get ourselves back to the We are stars, we are golden, we are and we got to get ourselves back to the By the time we got to Woodstock, we were heavily strong. And everywhere was a song and a celebration. And I dreamed I saw the bomb and death planes riding shotgun in the sky, turning into butterflies above our nation. We are stars, we are golden, we are caught in the devil's bargain, and we got to get ourselves back to the
Check this out.
Hit me.
KGB Flashback. Nobody does 1980 better than the KGB.
Honig, okay. And Ensign Rich Bensing are with us. They were on the plane that was knocked out of the skies by the Chinese fighter and held against their will for a good dozen days over there in communist China. So, now you know you're going to be the guest of China, like it or not. Did you have any idea how long this was going to go on? Do you start thinking to yourself, okay, this will be over in an hour? Or do you start thinking to yourself, who knows when I'm getting out of this thing?
I had no idea how long it was going to last, especially at first.
We actually had a couple guys sitting there talking, and we're thinking, oh, you know, we'll be out of here in a couple days, and then they'll have us back in Japan flying missions. But after about the second day and the shock started wearing off, we started thinking, you know, this is probably a little bit bigger deal than what we think right now.
We did have a pool on when we were going to be released.
Who won?
Lieutenant Osborne.
Yeah.
Kidding.
Only by luck, though, because the days that we really thought it was between a couple other people, and he was actually hacked off that he got the date that he drew. We had a kind of a lottery on who could choose first, and
I see.
he got one of the lower picks, but he won. So,
did anybody on board the crew speak Chinese?
I can't comment on that.
Okay, all right. Well, hopefully you had some idea what was going on. You could communicate with the people. Some of the Chinese speak English?
A few of them, yeah.
A couple in
Most of the words to Hotel California.
So you could communicate with them. Did you find them to be, I mean, I would like to think that this is the kind of situation. It's like, look, I'm being told to do this. This is my job. I hold no ill will against you. Did you get that kind of feeling from your your Chinese captors?
From 2 of them.
2 of them, okay.
Yeah, most of their, it seemed like most of their, we were around naval military people there in Hainan, and then they pretty much stayed with us when we moved to Haiku into the city. But it seemed like a lot of them spoke English and apparently learned it in their middle school variant. So depending on how much they knew was how close they were pretty much to us as far as helping us out. Who would, they were the type of people that came down to get us for lunch, and if we had any kind of medical issues, we brought it to them, and they were kind of the liaisons. And then they had, for the interrogation portions, there were a separate group of translators that did all the interrogations.
Well, let's bring your wife into the mix here. Kimmy, how long have you and the lieutenant, scoot right up there to the microphone. How long have you guys been married?
9 years.
9 years now. When do you first find out, how does it happen? Does someone call you? Do you get a telegram? Does the Navy show up at your door? What happens?
It's the call you always know you can get, and then you actually get it. It's the middle of the night, wakes you up. They say, there's been an incident, and your husband's been involved. He's okay, but they've landed where they don't usually land. And we're sending in someone to pick him up right away.
Do you guys have kids?
Yeah.
And at that point, when you're done with the phone call, do you turn on CNN and see that your husband is now the lead story in the world?
I turned on CNN and it hadn't hit CNN yet, so...
So you got it before CNN?
Yeah, I did.
Mouth noise of confidence. You got the story before CNN.
I don't think it's the kind of scoop you want to have.
Well, scoop's a scoop. You got to take credit for it. So what did you think?
I thought, well, okay, this is okay. He's
safe at least.
Yeah, he's on the ground.
Got down in one piece.
Here we go. Yeah, this is all right. I can deal with this. And then in the morning, well, it was about 6, it hit CNN, and the story just got bigger, and we found out it was China, and Pat always expresses concern about China and things like that. So I was more worried then.
Let me continue with a little civilian talk here. We'll give the Navy pilots a moment to think about this. There came a point a few days into this now, Kimmy, where it seemed like all President Bush had to do was say, sorry, and you'd get your husband back. What'd you think about that plan? Are you for that or against that?
I was against it because Pat would be against it because I knew he didn't do anything.
There's a major debate here in the United States while you guys were being held.
Here in this
there are a lot
room.
of people. There are a lot of people saying, "Look, just apologize, and they get to come back. What do you care?" And the other side was, "Well, we didn't do anything wrong, and why would we tarnish the honor of these men and women? And why would we further put them in harm's way by saying, yes, they were wrong, so now you can maybe take these guys into a court of some kind." So you were against that, even though your husband's life was at stake.
Absolutely.
Because, see, I would have said whatever they wanted to hear. We're sorry, we're whatever you want, get you guys back, and then deal with them. And that was my contention.
Yeah.
I can't imagine if it had been my husband.
Well, I was more worried, if they admitted or said sorry, what they would do further. I mean, all these speculations are flying around.
You didn't
Trials.
trust them enough to take the I'm sorry and then actually release them. I see.
Yeah.
How old are your kids?
6 and 7.5.
And boys, girls, what do you have?
One of each.
And what are their names?
Melissa and Devin.
And how do you explain to Melissa and Devin what's going on or do you?
We don't.
Okay. Dad's just gone for a long period of time as it is, serving his country, so there's no need to frighten them about these kind of things, right?
At first, we didn't say anything at all. And then we were getting so much attention, they knew something was going on. So we changed it to positive. We said, well, hey, your dad did a cool job, and he's coming home early. And we just told him every time that the yellow ribbon was hung around somewhere, it means someone thinks your dad's really cool.
And how about your family, Rich?
My wife happened to be local in San Diego at the time, and for some reason, nobody made the San Diego connection with me, so she didn't really get a lot of a lot of focus.
Did she get the phone call, though?
She did get the phone call.
Yeah.
As did my parents. And since she was here with her family, I think she handled it a lot better than she might have been if she'd been up in Japan by herself.
Were you guys in the dark of as to? Let me bring you back into this, Patrick. Were you guys into the dark as to what people in the United States and the international community were saying about this for the 12 days? Did you know what was going on? Because you can't, as much as China wants to block out what's happening in the world, you know, we got satellites, there's TVs, there's ham radios. You cannot stop people from getting information these days. You just can't. Did you guys know what was going on? Did you know what we were thinking and saying?
Once we were able to meet with General Seelock, who was our the attaché over there.
That was a couple days in.
That was right at. We requested it immediately, getting off the aircraft, and we're supposed to be able to, by the international laws and stuff, to see him within 72 hours. So about 5 minutes prior to the stroke of midnight or whatever on the third day was when we actually finally saw him.
And the real critical part of this, that's a couple of plates of fish heads into this thing.
Yeah, definitely.
A couple of dishes of chicken feet.
The frighteningly authentic Chinese food. You know, they eat the whole animal. The whole thing.
I'm pretty aware of that now.
I heard that somewhere.
How do they prepare the feet? How does that work?
What'd they say, boy? Eyeballs and assholes? The whole thing?
Paws and claws, baby.
Yeah. So the attaché comes in and did he offer you reassurance?
He did immediately.
Told you that your president is working for you?
Exactly. He would come in and immediately, he would lay the ground rules of the meeting along. He was having to negotiate that every time he came to meet with us with the Chinese. So he'd say, okay, we have, 40 minutes. Here's what I can talk about. Whether he could pass paper back and forth to us, things like that. And then he would get into, he'd usually say, President Bush just called me and wanted me to, relay a congratulations that you guys are all okay, and et cetera, et cetera. Colin Powell, pretty much down the line, he would give us some greetings, and then he would go into information on what's going on back at home and what they're doing basically to try to get us out of there. So it was really, really reassuring.
And were you pleased the way the wheels of your government were turning?
Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah, we were pretty relieved to have such a good, from the commander-in-chief on down. We were really proud of the way that things happened so quickly, and I have no complaints at all.
And in the middle of this crisis, when you guys come back and you kind of maybe you sit down and you read or you see the news and you see what was going on, kind of like a flashback. You see what's going on, and I'm sure you suddenly became aware of the whole demand for apologies and everything. What is that? Is that the hysterics of a country that just wants their people back and they don't understand how the military works?
As far as the apologies go?
As far as apologizing for something that you didn't do.
Demanding that apology.
Both.
That wasn't going to happen from square one. Initially, we weren't cooperating at all with them. And then once General Seelock actually advised us to cooperate as far as the accident investigation went with the Chinese, that only went up to a certain point, because then it went from just the facts of the information that we had to them trying to twist our information around to make sense to their scenario. They basically were claiming that we hit them, obviously, and we're trying to make our words tie into how that could be proven. And then it further led to an apology, was what they were requesting from us on camera and on tape and everything. And we had determined that, we had agreed to show concern and remorse for the pilot's loss, but we were not going to apologize no matter what.
So now you've got a dozen days in your South China vacation. What do you do to spend the time? What do you do to make the day go by?
Play a lot of cards.
You had a deck of cards.
They gave us cards.
Yeah.
That was among the first things they gave us after water and cigarettes. They passed out cards. You engage your mind in a lot of different ways. The skits that Lieutenant Honeck and Lieutenant McNary engaged in.
Skits?
Yeah, we did a few skits.
little plays? You were suddenly naval thespians?
We had nothing else to do. Come on.
Naval thespians.
What were the skits? What were the skits? What did you act out?
It started out, Lieutenant Vigneri and I were roommates, if you want to call it that.
Roommates?
Yeah.
Were you close roommates?
No.
Oh, okay.
Definitely not. We were on a separate floor from the rest of the crew, and we got moved later. After the third day, we moved into the main city of Haiku, and we were in a type of a hotel building that's been on the news. But we were on a separate floor with the rest of the crew, and crew integrity was really big with our group, and we always kept track of who was gone for interrogations and who was back and where people were. Accountability was always big. And so one of our things before we would go to any of the meetings or go to any of the meals was we made sure that we had all 24 of our members together. So part of that was they would all come out of their rooms on the 5th floor, and then the females across the hall from Jeff and I would and us would get called out, and we would go upstairs to meet with the rest of the group on the 5th floor before going downstairs.
So they kept you all split up all over the place?
Pretty much. And Jeff made a comment while we were sitting in the room just bored, throwing decks of cards into trash cans and playing toilet paper basketball and all kinds of things we were making up. He said, you know, it seems like when we go upstairs and they're all lying in the hallway up there, when we come up the stairway, it's kind of like in high school when I played basketball and they call your number and you come running out and everyone high fives as you go down through the gauntlet. So I said, well, let's do that just as a joke. And so I made up a little script, kind of using the boxer, the fight night voice. And
let's hear it.
Let's get ready to rumble.
I don't know if I can do it on the
voice is strained, yeah.
Kind of something like, and now, from the 4th floor, he's all the way from Kansas, and he had just gotten his hair cut, too. I shaved his head. He wanted his wife to see him with a shaved head on my digital camera, so I said something like, standing 6'3", now 5'11" after the buzz cut. Jeff Vigneri. So he came running up, high-fived, and that kind of started off the whole deal. We did a People's Court skit and a Crocodile Hunter skit.
Cool.
A couple of, similar to the news they do on Saturday Night Live, type skit. Those type of things. Just try to boost the morale, and it also gave us something to work on while we're sitting in our room with nothing to do.
It really kind of spread to the rest of the crew. We came up with what action figures each one of us would get once we got released. Started compiling a list of who was going to portray us in the movie that they're going to make of this. I believe it was George Clooney they selected to play
Of course.
How about you? They didn't come up with anything.
Oh, come on. I'm thinking Brad Pitt.
Well,
Brad
listen.
Pitt with a dye job.
I know.
I don't know about that.
I know 12 days is no 5.5 years in a Vietnam prison camp, but if we just get down to just pure, not want for freedom or family, but just something, stuff, food, something, your radio, what did you miss the most for your 12-day stay?
Beyond my wife and daughter, you mean?
Yes, beyond your family.
I would have killed for a pizza.
And how about you?
I wanted to just go outside. We were kept indoors with real dark windows or curtains over the windows, and we weren't. They had actually people outside that if you peeked one of the windows or one of the curtains aside to look outside, they would immediately be up at your room, and they were concerned for our safety. I think partially. And that they didn't want the locals to know we were there in the middle of the downtown. But I would have liked to just go outside and get out of the air-conditioned rooms and smoke-filled rooms.
Yeah.
A lot of cigarette smokers over in that country.
We're going to give these guys, we're going to let these guys go home and be with their families. If you want to say hi to them here, 888-570-1015 is a direct connect here at the KGB. Let's fast forward to you've been released. You've done your debriefing. It's time to be reunited with your family. Who met you when you got off the plane? And let me tell you, What a spectacular television show that was.
It's marvelous.
When the 24 of you came off that plane. I mean, it was a beautiful day, and each one of you were released individually. You all got a nice round of applause. Welcome back to the bosom of your country. Who was waiting for you, Ensign?
The very first person that I saw was my wife, and she was separate from the rest of my family, which consisted of my parents, my 2 sisters, their mass children, and, of course, my own daughter.
And what's her name?
Caitlin.
And how old is she?
She's 14 months.
Oh.
And still remembered her daddy.
That's great.
I thought so.
And who was waiting for you, Lieutenant?
We had a bunch of family members and friends there. Although the first one I grabbed was my son. He came running out, and then my wife and daughter right behind him. And then once we all got done saying our hellos, and we went over and met with the rest of my family. My mom and dad were there, my brother Ben and his wife Kelly, and we had some close friends there as well.
And no president to muck up the ceremony, huh?
Actually, it would have been nice to see him, but the fact that he wasn't there was okay too. I understand he's got his things to do. He's a busy guy.
In the end, it was probably, not that it wouldn't have been wonderful to see him, but it was probably better that he not create to the media sensation that.
Well, he didn't want to. He didn't want to be there because he said it was all about you guys, and he can't go anywhere without it being all about him. That's just part of the job. So I thought that was a pretty big move on his part. And you guys are all invited out to his house, aren't you?
I haven't received any invitations.
Yeah,
yet.
my card must have gotten lost. In the mail.
Let me play a comment here, and let's see what you have to say about this.
All you can really say is it's scary. Like I said at the time, I thought, hey, I'm 20 years old. I've had a good life. I love my family. I said my prayers. But we had a great pilot. Lieutenant Osborne saved all of our lives. All the crew members, all our lives with Lieutenant Osborne. He pulled it out, and he saved us.
Now, who is that?
That's our youngest crew member, Jeremy Crandall.
20 years old.
Yes.
Yep.
Jeez.
Great guy.
Trainee, as a matter of fact, but good to go.
We got some people want to say hi to you. Here is Todd. You're on the air with Lieutenant Patrick Honeck and Ensign Rich Benson. Go ahead, Todd.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was turning my radio down.
Okay, go ahead. You're on the air.
I just wanted to welcome my shipmates home. I've been corpsman for 10.5 years and paid a lot of attention to what was going on in the media, and I was proud of you guys for the way you handled everything over there.
Yeah, I appreciate that, buddy.
All right, sorry, I'm pulling into North Island right now. I got to go.
Okay, Todd.
You guys take care and welcome home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Todd back to work there today. Here's Marty on the KGB. Marty.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Go ahead, Marty. You're on the air.
I'd just like to tell these guys they do a great job. They serve the country in the most noblest way ever. My dad was in the Navy for 22 years, so I know what it's like to be away from, my father for a long time, and it was always great to see him when he came home. And I just want to tell him that America loves you guys, and that's all I'd like to say.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you very much for the phone call. Tonight, you guys have a little party going on at San Diego State University at Monty Montezuma Awards tonight. I understand you'll be properly honored. And is that something that's open to the public, or is that a private ceremony?
Yeah, I believe it's a private ceremony, and it's not anything that was generated specifically for us. It's we're incidental to the event. We're not
part of the event.
Yes,
part of the event. Okay, great. Well, guys, I really appreciate you coming in and taking time out of your day. I know you're exhausted and want to be with your families, and you singled us out and gave us some airtime. I appreciate it. We wish you the best. There's nothing more that we can say, but thank you for your service to our country, and we wish you an uneventful rest of your career in the Navy, boring flights, and cold coffee.
No more Chinese food.
No
more Chinese food.
No more pig faces and chicken.
What?
That's it, exactly. All right, guys. Best of luck to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw will be right back.
This is the KGB.
It's the 101 1015 KGB FM San Diego, Best of Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw Show. Putting it away for a Saturday. Looking forward to seeing you tonight at Cajon Speedway, the fastest 3/8 mile paved oval in the West. I'll be there in the Big Bad Burrito Bomber, the 527 car from Affordable Mobile Welding, and Sombrero Mexican Food with 12 convenient locations. Plus, Sombrero Mexican Food is your spot to pick up your new KG Beach sticker. Slap that thing on your car, get your shot at winning a money pie. It's at least $101 in cold hard cash when we stop you and slap a pie in your face. And your chance begins at Sombrero Mexican Food. Also want to thank the cats at Tropical Attitudes Gear and Marketing Works, both of whom have been a big, big help to the Boyer to the Destroyer race team. And you'll find us in the Tropical Attitude Gear shirts when you come back after the race. And come on over to the 527 car and say hi, please do. Plus, Randy Wallace in the 1015 KGB, J&K Automotive, True Line Alignment, La Posada del Sol race team. He's the other guy flying the KGB colors. The 529 car, Randy Wallace. You have yourself a great day. The whole show back with you Monday, full strength here on the 1015 KGB FM San Diego.